So just sit back, relax, and get your popcorn ready. But this is gonna be good. Cause they always do something stupid. Well, it seems like they do. Maybe not. It's all pretty good, guys. Yes, sir. Well, we fix to find out. Right on, baby. Appreciate you. Yep. Told you they was on the way. What's happening? Yeah. Here for me. Can I get your name back home?
Officer Pearson, 22437.
Yeah. What you say? My name is Good Citizen.
Good Citizen? Good Citizen, why are you reporting this business?
Why not?
You're on private property, when I ask you to leave.
Can you show me how I'm on private property? Yeah. So man, in that office right up there, in that office over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, he come out to me and told me to move my truck, that I was on private property. I'm not on private property. Yeah. You should know that already though. Yeah. What else is it? Right, yeah. Does it probably go all the way to the road? No. No business goes. Yeah, they don't. No company owns. Nobody owns all the way to the road. Hey, no business goes all the way to the street. You heard of a city easement, right? Is that right?
Yeah, 10 feet in.
Well, it can be different. It's not just 10 feet. It's different everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. So,
yeah. It may not be 10 feet here.
30 feet from the city line.
Right.
I'll get the bench, man.
Well, evidently he don't know where his property line is at either.
I mean, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. As long as you don't try to violate my rights today, we're all real good. Yeah, that's a tight squeeze right there. Tight squeeze.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Oh shit, I don't know. Oh, okay, I got it on now. Sorry, I didn't have the chat on.
That's right.
How are you guys doing tonight?
How'd that work out for you, boss? Huh? How'd that work out for you, Chief? You haven't got nothing to say now. Got nothing to say now, do you? He's kind of clammed up now. He wanted to talk earlier, now he wants to do nothing. Those are hiding in the bushes. That's got a collar right there. Now they calling the DA or somebody to try to figure out the copyright. They already should know it. They're trying to call us, see if they can get us. They're going to see if they can get us to park on the side of the road. That's what they're trying to do right here. Trying to see if they can get us on some infractions, some city code. That's what they do. But there's nothing legally they can do. You know, they can do some illegal shit and try to force us to leave. That's what we ought to do. There's another one, see, got, there's another one trying to get in. Got a pool right there in the driveway. We got all that whole freaking parking lot right now. That people park. That whole parking lot. All this land out here, we gonna park right there with these big trucks coming in and out. But he's trying to, hopefully he's giving them the bad news. They're not leaving yet. They're just moving their vehicles out of the way. How'd that work out, Chief? You got nothing to say now, do you? Huh? Walk away with your tail tucked. Yeah, he got a whole lot to say. He's come out here trying to bark orders, now he got a whole lot to say. And there they go. I don't know if they're leaving or if they're just pulling down the road. It's like they're leaving. There you go, guys. Another company educated. And see, these cops, man, they don't understand. I don't understand how they don't understand. They don't understand. They try to tell me that the business is owned all the way to the road. And no business is owned all the way to the road. I don't care what kind of business it is. You don't own, just because you put the grass there and you mow the grass, they think it's their grass.
Where'd they go?
Yeah, right?
Call the cops, where'd they go?
Look,
The cops abandoned you.
they're gonna sit down there and wait for us to leave. Look. Yep. They're gonna have to arrest me to get my ID today.
What the hell is wrong with you people? Hit that thumbs up already.
Right.
Smack it.
You know, there's our colors up there, guys.
You need to take that flag down.
Right. Look, you see what that was? The sign? Freedom Drive. Y'all see that?
Yeah, Freedom Drive.
Look at that right there, man.
Freedom so much they call the cops.
Right. Ain't that crazy?
Everybody's supposed to get it right.
First and second, baby. That's why they don't, they didn't get scared now. Let me show you, that's what I got on the plate. Right there. Yeah, I'll tell you what to do. I'll tell you, you're not my dad. How about that? You can finish when I get done. Bam, ain't that. Thank you guys for hanging out, man. I love all you got.
What's up?
Sit back, relax, relax. All right, so what's going on, everybody? Cyrex 22 coming at you with another video. Joining me one more time is First Amendment rights. I'm going to be exercising my First Amendment rights from public accessible areas. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. I really appreciate your support. Also check out First Amendment Rights channel and subscribe. Let us now get into the video and see how things unfold. Thanks.
I'm sure some dumbass will come out and say something to me on the fucking public sidewalk. Like the hell, they're on in the post office. Some dumbass in the post office will say something. can legally record at the post office, people. It's in their fucking rules. People are dumb.
It's not a problem, David, for you. It's a problem with you. So,
Yeah, you guys are in school for it later, are you?
I don't answer questions like that, but book for sale, and look at the book for sale. Any idea what book for sale might be in this location?
You gotta go in, management.
Also, they never told you when they hire you about book for selling? You've been working one time here? You can go ahead, man. Take your one. I'm sorry? Sure, look. Look at that. You're already getting them. Uh-huh. Jaya.
I know, I'm talking about your.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Ooh, what a language. That's not nice. Oh, look. They took a photo of me without permission. What is your name, sir? Wow. He's the name of the family. This is what we get, the tax credits. Can I say this? This is private? This is a private company? There you go. Oh, sure. Who? Who's coming? They have multiple cameras. So what's your name, sir? Victor?
Yeah.
Okay, Victor.
You guys are even closer related, right?
I don't answer questions like that.
That's what I you don't have a full on your lead, right? You don't have a family.
Can I get one?
Huh?
Can I get one from you?
No, you have to be part of the. You're.
Hi. How are you? Huh? How are you? How are you? Are you enjoying your walk? Hmm? Yeah? I love your eyes. Yeah, look at those eyes. I love it. What is your name? Oh, that's a great name. I love the name. I'll let you enjoy your day, okay? So I found the document I was telling you about. What was that? Would you like to read it? What did it say? Any idea? May I repeat it to you? Well, I don't know if you're going to be able to hear. Because I don't hear it. Oh, okay. You're not a public servant here? You're not a public? You're not a federal employee? Where do you have permission? The United States Constitution. Yeah. Uh-huh. We're not a film crew. I'm gonna make it here. Oh, we did, on the First Amendment, freedom of press. Oh, we have some documents, man. Here.
What post office?
Huh?
One private? One post office?
Oh, this is the post office, yeah.
Yeah, I know, but you for the post office, the purposes of the,
I'm not ready to discuss that.
because we are supposed to,
Oh,
the manager said, no, you cannot,
did you talk to the manager? Oh, okay.
you cannot, you have to leave.
The manager or what?
Oh, Monday.
Oh,
The post,
no,
post office, manager.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that he or she?
Hey,
Is that here? Can I talk to him?
you need to go to the,
Oh, I need to go over there.
you're not supposed to be doing anything.
Any idea where I can find poster 7 here?
I'm sorry,
Poster 7?
what the post is saying,
I'm sorry?
what the post is saying.
Do you know what that is?
It's about, so that can be posted for the public to see about the rules and regulations.
Right in here, you can go there and ask.
Well, I'm good, I don't need to travel over there.
Yeah.
So we don't know what poster 7 is?
And we're not, just the only thing that we're not
You
supposed
can't
to.
answer anything, you know, it's gotta go through management.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
We just talked to them, they said that you guys are supposed to do anything, so, in the post office at the federal building, they're not supposed to.
So-
You know, everything's online now.
Oh,
Shut the fuck up, you dumb motherfucker. Poster 7 says they can come to report. Dumb shit.
That's nothing I'm looking for.
I cannot see, that's just what,
Oh, here.
I cannot see.
Step on my back.
You're not allowed to do one here, that's what
But that's what it says here.
yeah.
And the poster 7 TV.
That's what they have told us, that we
You know, these are warranty rights.
cannot.
They had my house about this. That's you. Yeah.
That's why they say, no, we can't, cannot do any suit.
Oh my god, people are dead. Damn, cut that off with fucking, you're right in the middle, what the fuck?
At Chamberlain University, we believe in having each other's backs.
What's up?
We
Whoever
believe
just come
leading
on.
with care makes caring leaders.
By now, you have all seen the video of the cargo ship crashing into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing it to collapse. And listen, covering the news for a living, I see crazy things on a daily basis. Things that I could never show you here. But there's not much that I can think of. There's not many things that I can think of. There's not many scenarios that I can fathom that would be scarier than being caught on a bridge as it collapses. That's like my worst nightmare. I already have anxiety when I drive over bridges. Now it's going to be 10 times worse. I live in an area where there's a lot of bridges. There's boats going, under 24/7. You got the drawbridges, you name it, and it's just like, man, oh God, hopefully this never happens to me. But living in America currently, it kind of feels like this is going to happen again. Because we keep seeing these trends of train derailments, planes falling out of the sky, and now ships crashing into bridges. Now, I watched the video in slow motion over and over again, trying to figure out if there was anything malicious or weird about this situation.
There's a lot of weird shit about it.
That it appears that the ship loses power multiple times. So, as of right now, I don't necessarily think that this happened on purpose.
I do.
I'm leaning towards
I think it
this
100%
being an
happened on
accident.
purpose.
But the internet is split.
100%
Half of
happened on
the
purpose.
internet thinks that there is something shady behind this.
100%.
They think that this was maybe done on purpose or intentionally. And the other half of the internet isn't thinking at all. They're just automatically calling everyone else conspiracy theorists. Now, it's important to note because I feel like we lose sight of this. I'm guilty of this as well. So don't think I'm just accusing you all. But living in these crazy times, sometimes it's easy to forget that accidents do happen. Random situations arise, okay? Not everything has a deep, dark story behind
Except
it.
this boat.
More often than not, there is a
Boat
deep,
crash
dark
100%
story
has a
behind
story
whatever
behind
story you're looking into, but not every time.
This boat.
So when I'm looking at this situation, it's like, maybe there's nothing really more to the story.
You better look into it more.
But a lot of people think that this is some sort of attack. And I think that's where the confusion comes in. When people are saying that this may be some sort of attack, they're not necessarily saying that the captain of the ship purposely crashed it into a bridge. No. We live in a day and age of cyber attacks. Some dude from his mom's basement across the world on a little laptop has the ability to shut down these cargo ships, has the ability to crash our power grid, and you name it. So there's some speculation that the ship may have lost power due to some type of hacking or cyber attack. So when people say that, oh, this may be an attack, they're not necessarily saying that the whole crew aboard the ship were all in on this big plan to crash into a bridge. There's a possibility that something else happened. And because of this, the U.S. economy is going to get wrecked even further. That's actually a very useful area, when it comes to shipping things. It's a very big port, and now it's totally wiped out. No ships are going to be going in. There's not going to be, people aren't going to be able to travel over that bridge. So the economy will be affected. And let's say we were in war, right? Let's say we were in some type of a Cold War, which I believe that we're in World War III right now. I just don't think it's being fought in the way that we're used to wars being fought. So if our enemy wants to damage our economy and things like that, this is how they can go about doing it. But once again, like I said, in my opinion, this looks like an accident. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was something more. And I don't blame anyone for coming up with their theories because We were forced to be this way. None of us want to be this way. We don't want to question everything, but we've been lied to time and time again. We know that our own government crafts crazy plans to pull the wool over our eyes and trick us and lie to us about all types of things. So what you're witnessing right now is you're witnessing people get fed up. They don't believe anything anymore. So instead of viewing people as, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, just view them as someone who's tired of being lied to. That's what it is. But of course I looked into this situation, even though I think it's more than likely an accident. I looked into this situation to see if I could find anything weird, anything shady. And sure enough, I kind of did. Now, I'm not saying that this is tied to the ship crashing into the bridge at all, but there's something weird that's been going on in Baltimore in the waters for the last month or so. Apparently, someone.
There was 40 feet between them when they stopped to get away. And the sadness of the danger is still talked about today.
What the fuck is that?
Someone has been calling in fake distress calls to the Baltimore Coast Guard for like the last month or so. I believe they received, I want to say maybe 19 calls. Don't quote me on that number, okay? But they've received over a dozen fake distress calls. Now, during some of these calls, they scramble the Coast Guards in their boats. They get ready to go find who's ever in trouble, and there's no one in trouble because they don't even know where this distress call is coming from. And now they have been forced to basically make a public statement about it, and they even have a bounty out there. If you can find out who is making these fake distress calls, they'll give you some money. So I think it's weird that these distress calls are happening all around the time this ship loses control and crashes into the bridge. But the Coast Guard actually recorded themselves releasing their own statement. So let's go ahead and watch that, and then I'll be right back with you.
Hello, I'm Commander Roberto Concepcion, Chief of Response for U.S. Coast Guard, Sector Maryland National Capital Region. And today, I'm asking you for your help. Since February 17th, our watchstanders and those of our partner agencies have been receiving false distress calls from individuals in the Baltimore area. The following is a recording of one of these hoax calls.
Help, is everybody out there help? Everybody out there help.
Hoax calls such as these are no joking matter and have a direct impact on our search and rescue readiness. Our crews and watchstanders may become distracted by these hoax calls, diverting them from possible real emergencies elsewhere. People's lives are at risk. This is why hoax calls can lead to criminal and civil penalties if found guilty and can be punishable by up to 10 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines, plus the cost of a search. If you recognize the voice in this recording or have any information regarding the call, please contact the Coast Guard Investigative Service tip line at 410-576-2555. With your help, we can make our waterways safe.
Now, for the people in the back who obviously have a hard time hearing, I'm not saying that this is directly connected to what happened at the bridge. It probably has nothing to do with each other. But let's really think about it. It's odd that in the same time frame that this ship crashes into the bridge, that we got these people playing games, right? Fake distress calls, harassing the Coast Guard. My question is, did this affect the response to what happened that night when the bridge collapsed? Because the Coast Guard is so used to getting these prank calls, they're not getting any action. Every couple of nights they get this fake distress call. Maybe they got a real distress call on the day that the bridge collapsed and they didn't respond properly because they're thinking like, oh, maybe this is fake again. Maybe this is just a big prank. Or is there a possibility that someone out there was trying to test the response time of the Baltimore Coast Guard, trying to test how quickly they would respond to a distress call, how quickly they would do this and do that, in preparation for knowing that they're going to try to pull something off in the area. There's a lot of questions that arise here. And even if this has nothing to do with what happened at the bridge, which, like I said, it probably doesn't, and I'm not saying it does, this could have affected the response. Because as all of this information and speculation is floating, people are saying that there were distress calls from the ship before it crashed into the bridge. They're saying that there were warnings. But I don't know if I necessarily believe that, because at the end of the day, there were 6 construction workers on the bridge who have yet to been found at the time of this recording. And I would think that if there were prior warnings, that maybe they would have warned the construction workers to get the hell off the bridge. So all this talk about prior warnings and stuff, I don't necessarily believe that. And if there were prior warnings, then why the hell didn't they shut down the bridge? Why did they tell the people to get off the bridge who were working on the bridge? None of that makes sense. This doesn't have to be a big conspiracy. This doesn't have to be an attack. But when you create lies and fabrications to make it look like it was just a normal situation, you're going to make more conspiracies arise. Because I don't really believe that there was this big warning and they were trying to tell everyone, hey, our ship's gonna crash into the bridge. But that's what people are insinuating online as we speak. I would like to hear those distress calls, just like we heard the call that the Coast Guard shared. But if you've heard that voice before, then you may be in for some money if you choose to turn them in. But like I said, I don't know if it's tied to this situation. It's just another situation that's happening in the area that I found odd, and I felt like it was worth pointing out. With that being said, I'll talk to you all soon in the next video. Right now, you can hit the thumbs up, you can subscribe, you can donate via Cash App, and all that good stuff.
What's up? Burgers on?
my channel last night and I stumbled upon my old Team 10 videos of my finest work. Nostalgia took me and I ended up watching them, and suddenly I found myself back in 2017. Jake Paul was making my ears bleed with his rap. Greg Paul was kissing girls old enough to be his daughter.
Step on up.
And Nick Crompton declaring England his city. England is my city. Still mind you, big chuckers. It's hard to imagine now, but in 2017, Team 10 was an absolute powerhouse YouTube group. But now, you know, it's as if they didn't even exist. The only person anyone remembers is Jake Paul. So the question must be asked, what the hell happened to the Team 10 members? Let's start with the Martinez twins. What I remember is Jake Paul used to use and abuse these guys. I mean, the best example was when a huge, and I mean huge, Jenga tower fell on one of the twins right on their foot, and all Jake Paul could do was laugh in their face. Well, I can't say we didn't expect that to happen. You have his waiver right there?
Someone saying like he's in a lot of pain. So then he's the second mission. I'm over at the floor is cracked. Yeah, you can move. Move. Yo, everyone follow him on Instagram for taking me out.
We didn't follow him. Stuff like this was a regular occurrence for the Martinez twins. So much so that the Martinez twins left and made a video accusing Jake Paul of bullying.
We felt like we're from all the country and you could be trying to buy or you just didn't know you could all the time. So we started thinking these two bullying guys. I know you guys saw the video and I know you were like these things do. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys right now.
So that clip of Ben Humphrey, you know, it still gets me all these years later. After leaving Team 10, the Martinez twins started posting on YouTube and TikTok. However, their last TikTok was in 2021. For some reason, they just fell off the edge of the planet and decided to stop posting. Which, you know, is strange when you consider that TikToks were getting millions of views. They also had one of the biggest YouTube channels on the whole of the Team 10 squad, boasting over 4.5 million subscribers. That has completely died now. They haven't posted in 3 years, and their last upload was some really fucking weird homemade trailer for a film they never made called The Flu. So here's that.
Hi, I'm Alex, and this is my brother Mike, and we're the founders of Smart Sites. Smart Sites is a full-service digital agency. We started the company back in 2011. And
the best part for me is that it's based on real facts. I don't know what the shit was going on in that trailer, but none of that looked like real facts. However, more recently, the Martinez twins have literally just resurfaced again through their Instagram about the gym and training and boring shit. However, there is a silver lining because now they're back and resurfaced. Surely it's only a matter of time until they drop. And who else is all up next but the Inbred brothers, aka Chance and Anthony. Let me remind you guys, these guys were, not just drumming, they were loving. 1, 2, done. Easily the most embarrassing memory I have of the Inbred brothers 1, 2 was when they confronted Rystone. Because on his video he called a girl ugly.
To call a girl ugly? There's no point or reason to ever call a girl anything other than beautiful. All you're doing is putting them down. Like, there's no reason. You're literally calling a girl ugly. Idiot. Like, why?
Not only did they do this video, they packed up boxing gloves to fight Rystone and then went to his house where he actually lived.
Man, I was wondering if we Rystone. Way back? Damn. I was gonna say what up, man. He's gone? How long? I think he should have used the long distance.
No, not creepy at all. And they waited outside for an hour and a half because Rystone wasn't home and then they just left. Ezra Snipewall would have been proud. In fact, this happened so far before Snipewall turned up to Jackson's house to dox him. Maybe she took that play out of the Chance and Anthony playbook. The cherry on top of this, though, was that loads of fans and people were digging and found out Chance and Anthony used to love calling girls ugly.
You're literally calling a girl ugly. Idiot. Like, what?
Some of the biggest morons to grace the platform. But people can change. Anthony seems to actually have taken a huge step away from social media. His last post was on Instagram in September 2022. Him in a uniform, which I'm assuming, I'm British, so I don't 100% know, is a fire department uniform, at least some service of some kind. So Anthony in here seems to be earning an honest, noble living, helping people and serving. And you know what? Fair fucking play. When I used to watch these guys, I would never have thought they would have done something like this. I thought they would have held onto the cloud for dear life. No idea how he ever lived down his Team 10 days, but he seemed to have pulled through, and you can only applaud. Now, Chance is more weird. So his Instagram hasn't been active since 2022, but in his bio, he had his LinkedIn. His only experience is listed as the co-founder of a company called Diff Media. Diff Media on LinkedIn had 9 followers. It doesn't seem like it exists or is operational at all. I mean, apart from that, I've got nothing else in Chance. I did dig, I looked at all of his stuff. He's just a ghost at the moment, to be honest. But let's move on to the 2 girls on Team 10 that I coined in 2017 as the Troller, Tessa Brooks and Erica Costell. That nickname was more for Erica Costell because I really disliked her. But let's start on Tessa Brooks. Back in the day, she was in fact married to one of the Inbred brothers, and then they broke up because his love for his brother was far too strong and he could never love anyone else. Let's be real, it's pretty shameful marrying an Inbred brother. But as Team 10 members go, Tessa Brooks wasn't all that bad. Researching her, she seems to be doing very well still. Her TikTok has over 5 million followers and gets pretty decent engagement, doing brand campaigns for premium brands like Hugo Boss. Her Instagram is huge. We've got 22 million followers. I don't know how, to be honest. It's fair to say she's come out of the Team 10 curse pretty well. Definitely better than most. Now, Erica Costell. That name still boils my blood a bit. She was Jake Paul's plaything. couple got married in Vegas. And she rode the Jake Paul train shamelessly for clout. They were YouTube's most unbearable, grotesque couple.
Yeah, you please for that. Yo, guys.
Making Jericho merchandise. I swear to God, if I had a kid and they walked in with Jericho merch, I am punting that little fucker. They also made a Jericho song. It was the worst.
Used to call you mom, but now I call you lady. There's no dead road, I'm doing it like me.
I rewatched this for the first time in years.
We can go anywhere you step, from the court to the lab, every opportunity in between.
I swear people said, used to call you mum, now I call you wifey.
Used to call you mom, but now I call you lady.
And like they were constantly kissing and doing weird stuff on camera because all these little kids were watching. They love watching that stuff apparently. In the end, Jake admitted it was all confused and to make a family vlog channel.
Let me tell you about views. People love couples. I've always wanted to be a family vlogger.
And that was the end of Jake and Erica. So what happened to her after? Well, things have gone pretty bad. She looks like this now. Life has become desperately dark for Erica, and she really turned to cosmetic surgery to heal her wounds from Jake Paul. That was just some weird Instagram filter she used on the photo. She actually looks the same. She looks like this. She looks exactly the same. She now boasts an awful music career. I know she did some stuff after Team 10 anyway. This blows my mind maybe more than anything in the video, that she somehow gets 20,000 monthly listeners. What the shit? Top 3 is going, hey, bump that Erica Costello. Apparently 20,000 of you a month. This is how I know the internet is just like bots and NPCs. There is no way 20,000 people, like an arena of people, still listen to Erica Costello a month. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. I don't know. She's abandoned her YouTube channel unsurprisingly, and for some reason, her Twitter, she still tweets like she's stuck in 2017. 3 wise men, 3. Be for real. Has anyone else been having strangely vivid dreams? Yeah, it's real great stuff. You guys should get yourselves over there. And finally, saving the best till last. Probably people really want to see how this person's doing. Nick fucking Crumpet, aka the King of Saturday Night.
Some TV Saturday night, channel TV Saturday night, here's my city Saturday night.
Looking back at this, he really was just down for fucking anything, wasn't he? But what I remember most about Nick Crumpet, apart from him thinking England was his city when it's mine, that he was allegedly a naughty boy in Team 10. Nick Crumpet was like the CFO, CEO, I can't remember, had a lot of power in Team 10, and he allegedly used his position of power for sexual favors, reportedly telling people that they could join Team 10 if they let him suck them.
Oh, you look hot as fuck here. Can I suck your dick yet? Yeah, and all these people that always try to figure out the one thing that they think is right are doing it wrong. Whatever the situation, there's no balance. We're always trying to cheat and doing things. Whatever the situation, there's no balance. We're always trying to cheat and do things. Do both. So I suppose what I'm saying is, we can do business while I suck your dick.
What a dirty dog. Apparently all it took to join Team 10 was to let Nick Crumpet guzzle that cock. Above all, there was no doubt he was a horny boy, and Jake loved it. What's the old horn dog up to these days? Really, he's still getting lit on Saturday night. Well, the guy's definitely lost weight. On his latest Insta post, the man is looking a lot healthier. It was no secret amongst the influencer scene that Nick Crumpet was a bit plumper. So maybe he's binned off the Saturday night. Now, according to Crumpet's own LinkedIn page, which is the only thing we really have nowadays, the Instagram's pretty inactive, after leaving Team 10, he actually became the president of commercial innovation and artist strategy at Universal Music Group. Really just rolls off the tongue. And I'm sure, knowing Nicky Boy, he got his wit, his charm, and the Cop Gobbler 9000. However, it seems that Crumpet has moved on to pastures new, as he's the founder of this company called 66, which is judged by the Instagram handle of the management company. I confirmed this, he's such a great researcher, by going on the website, and I was greeted by his mug. It read, founded by entrepreneur, talent manager, and music exec, Nicholas Crumpet. As far as I can see, we have one client, Elliot James Guy, who's a TikToker. Really hope you have to go the extra mile to become a client, bud. And if you guys want to go the extra mile, please slap a like or just like the video and subscribe. Plenty more of this came from. Thanks for watching. Until next time. Bye.
Already know that Diddy is headed to the slammer. There are some huge updates on this case. Okay, so number one that we're going to talk about today, we got 50 Cent is dropping a documentary about all of the things that Diddy's been doing, all the accusations. Then we got Prince Gary named in the assault lawsuit, which obviously he's going to be a part of this thing. We also have a huge update about who this guy is, the mule that got arrested that had drugs on him, and the likelihood that this guy holds up under questioning, which is literally zero. Now, I took a look at the guy, I'm like, white guy, 25, good luck, having that guy hold up under questioning. Now that I know who this guy is and his background, oh my God, he's going to flip instantly. He probably has already been crying in an investigator's room. He's in the box right now. I'll tell you anything. I'll tell you anything. I'll tell you anything. He is flipping faster than caution. Okay, he's telling him everything. You got to believe this guy's background because you're gonna be all, wait, so Diddy had this guy as a confidant that knew criminal stuff he was doing? Now I'm gonna tell you what Diddy's logic was, which is not totally unsound, putting this guy on. But when you consider where he's at now, he missed this gaping risk. And then we're going to talk about this, which seemed to have been a big point of contention when, this is clickbait, Judge on fire. Diddy didn't flee the country. Like, did you Google that before you commented? Did you Google that? Because his plane went to Antigua, and it looks like he did actually flee the country. But thank you for your comments. But so we have an updated article about this in Newsweek. Is that a credible enough source for you? Little crybabies. And this is updated a couple hours ago. So we're going to get all the updated information on whether or not Diddy has fled the country. And then from there, I'm sure going through these stories, and then update. We're probably going to have a whole other story by the time I'm done recording this. And that's what's up with the Diddy story. And then the highlight of this video that I snuck in here on you. We're going to watch a video that if you watch this and you tell me that this bridge collapse was not on purpose, that this ship did not crash into this bridge on purpose, once you've actually watched this, you and I are going out and disagreeing because this
Yeah,
is
exactly.
shocking.
That
This video
motherfucker
is
crashes
one
doing
of
it
those
purpose.
things where it's like Building 7 from 9/11 when you're like, wait.
Fucking exactly it did. Motherfucker, yeah, it did. get it 45. Just saying. Huh? Because it was a guy who punched it. That must be bad.
What do you guys do when the person you should trust is somebody you don't trust? Well, you should because of who they are. When you don't, when you do that.
Barely all the fucking room. What the fuck?
Give it a minute. That's why I know for 100% sure that this thing was on purpose, but wait until you see this video. I hadn't even considered that this was on purpose until Gabrielle showed me this this morning. I was like, whoa. Wow. So I'm going to show that to you after we talk about Diddy and we're going to go from there. And today I want to tell you about Happy Hippo. Look at this website. Look at this website. It's pink, it's happy. There's a lot going on. You got all kinds of different creative, lots of different creative shots, products, etc. Wait, shots. I said shots because these are my favorite things. Right. But there is a sale going on right now, 40% off over here. Or what? You like two of them, you're gonna there's not even a whole lot to do it. Happy shots, they've got all kinds of great stuff. So we're gonna look happy.com. They're a great sponsor. Also on the Revolution guys, I've been happy to give a shout and I took one. All right, so we're gonna do these in an order that I think is most interesting and moving descendingly in that order. That's what I said. This is the latest one. All right, so the former Syracuse basketball player arrested, accused of being a drum mule for rapper Diddy. Now, like I said, okay, you got two things to consider if you're going to put someone on in a role like this. Okay, number one is, are they trustworthy? Can you trust them to do what you want them to do, steal your stuff, are they going to tell anyone, under normal circumstances? And the reason I think you put him on is, are the cops likely to give him, to put time on him in the event that he was caught, or is he someone that's going to get looked at hard? And that's why I didn't put him on. I absolutely guarantee this. I think this guy's a 25-year-old white kid, no criminal record, and he comes from, wait for this guy's background, dude. Okay, so obviously this is why I didn't put him on, and he just never imagined that he could be looking at like a potential RICO-like prison situation where he's got a bunch of different predicates, and anyone who looks on him can absolutely bury him, especially when it comes to paying over and drugs. That's not a thing you think about as like, all this could potentially lead to a life sentence. But let's just read this really quick. So former Syracuse basketball player was arrested on 2 felony charges in Miami. He's accused of working as rapper Sean Diddy Combs' drug dealer. Okay, so he played basketball at Syracuse, right? A lot of guys with a heavy criminal background, a lot of experience with police who played college basketball, white dudes. He was a walk-on Syracuse's roster in the program from 2018 to 2020. This guy is super young. Here's the rub, though. You want to know what his background is? Paul was accepted to Syracuse after attending Brewster Academy, a private boarding school in New Hampshire. He later attended Pumpkin High School, a private institution in Ohio, for a post-grad year. This is a Pamper-rich private school kid, okay? This is a private school kid. This guy is going to flip for sure. For sure, okay? And here's the other part.
You know what's crazy? I got sent doing Adderall. No shit.
So when you go up here and you try to understand this kid's involvement, because you're like, oh yeah, you just got caught with drugs. Like, oh, it's no big deal. Cocaine, possession of dummies. It's no big deal, dude. It's no big deal. Right. Except here's the thing. The arrest came as federal agents raided Combs. So, okay, you guys all know this. Homeland Security investigations implemented the raid without providing details regarding the case or any other charges against Combs. But Paul, who is the kid we're talking about, his name reportedly appeared 11 times in a February lawsuit filed in a Manhattan federal district court by music producer Lil Rod. The producer claimed he was sexually assaulted by Diddy during the process of working on multiple songs. In the filing, Paul is described as Combs' mule. Photos of Paul and Combs together were reportedly submitted in the case to support claims that Paul acquired and distributed guns and drugs for the rapper. He is additionally accused of aiding and abetting Combs and his associates in the alleged sex trafficking by paying sex workers for cash. This kid is going to be facing all of the stuff that Diddy is. Okay, he is indicted. He's going to get indicted on all of this stuff. Okay, he's going to get indicted on trafficking, drugs, on illegal gun purchases and distribution. He's going to be facing decades in prison. This kid. He thought he's just carrying shit around and just escalates, and because no one ever gets in any trouble, it's like those things where when you're getting away with stuff, you don't get the actual consequences of you got caught. You know what I mean? So like at one point he's just there and Diddy's like, hey man, I'm also white with all this stuff. He's like, it's like he's the last person to do this kid played ball at Syracuse. Why would anybody search him? Then, as things go well, he escalated to this and that. Like, hey, take this gun, use this guy, or you take this money, pay these sex workers, do this, do that, do that. All you're doing when you do that is you are lining up sentence guidelines on this kid so that you can put the box like he's going to. He is going to be facing such an astronomical amount of time that you could basically bet every dollar you've ever made or every dollar you ever will make. He's going to talk so fast. If you think they're after this kid, they're not. They're after Diddy. And this kid has the goods on Diddy. Diddy's going down. This guy's going to be a major part of that prosecution. Guaranteed. Private school kid. At age 22, walks right into cooking. He's like, Diddy loves his young guys. He loves his little, he's like, just people would hang out because he's so famous. I wonder if this kid might be my little hey, have you ever thought about what this would feel like man? I wonder if this guy an idiot, because every report is that his plane went to Antigua and no one has any idea where he is, But let's just see what we got, because here's on Newsweek, Sean Diddy Combs, 54, could be facing a whole set of new legal woes after a Homeland Security raided his homes. Some say he has fled the country. Context. Yada, yada, we don't got a room, but some, tracking his private jet, claimed it landed on the Caribbean island of Antigua after Combs was questioned by the customs officials at the Miami airport on Monday evening. What we know, law enforcement officers raided Combs' mansion in LA. Homeland Security did not confirm the reason for the raid. Associated Press reported that 2 officials said it was part of an alleged sex trafficking investigation. Good night, Diddy. Oh, and by the way, I cannot believe that. So another thing that I got in my comments yesterday was people being like, you sound jealous. Jealous? What are they talking about? So I actually engaged on that. I'm like, jealous of what? How could anyone interpret that as jealousy? And they're like, you're jealous because he's rich. So like, I don't understand why you're so happy that this is happening. Okay. Hey, I understand now where this is coming from. Apparently you haven't been paying attention to the Diddy story in the last few years. Okay? Diddy is a piece of human shit. Okay? Artists, he's been having 2 different sets of alcohol. Okay? It's common procedure for him. 2 different sets of alcohol. And the guys know that this set of alcohol has drugs that the girls don't know in it. So they're drinking champagne. Well, I'm having a really good time. Because I really feel kind of weird right now. It's like there's NBA stuff in there, some kind of groupies or whatever. And then Diddy and his guys are running trains on these drugs. Okay? So, yeah, I am happy to that. I hope you can die as far as I don't know if you're a billionaire or any other. Drug young girls take advantage of them. That's my daughter. Okay? Burn in that place. I hope somebody in a prison gang just to get a strike, first acid on it. So here's Diddy at the airport, pacing around, talking on the phone. Let's just watch this actually. That's the look of someone like, my life is over.
Yes, you really wish they had left it. Yeah.
Damn, dude, that's crazy. Wow. Can you imagine what he's feeling right now? Like, can you imagine what he's feeling that way right there? He's just like, that is actually exactly what I would expect of this move. Like, this is happening. He's been able to beat everyone. I mean, you guys saw my video this. You see how many cases have been brought against this guy in the last 30 years? Always he knows he's a lot of things. Stupid ain't one of them. He knows exactly what it is when the Fed's ready to get it done. It's a matter of time now. There is a sort of Damocles hanging over this guy's head right now, and he looks wow. I'm almost actually, that is crazy. Look at this guy. Just try to imagine what he was feeling right there. His life is over. He knows it right there. This is the exact, literally what you're looking at. I've never seen this before. Just walked into a doctor's office and they gave him stage 4 terminal cancer diagnosis in the lab. You have 4 months. Seriously, this is exactly what you're looking at. This guy just found out that he has stage 4 months left, inoperable, nothing they can do about it.
Yes, you really wish they had left it. Yeah.
So, what are you saying you will be playing that game with golf now? I've been 13 times on nearby courses, and
I'm not gonna lie, actually. I mean, like, feel bad for him because I'm an empathetic person. I'm looking to just imagine what the guy's feeling. I'm like, take it. But, you know, then I'm like, wait, what do you do again? It's like, this is what athletes do. You only get away with this shit for so long. What's crazy is I was actually gonna do a video, no joke, in my notes, I can show you the there. I was actually gonna do a video this week before this happened. So like I was in Phoenix, Scottsdale this last weekend, and I was having a conversation with someone about how a person who has like real power does not want people to know that they're doing illegal work ever. Like, why would you ever want someone to know that? You want to operate from the shadows, especially if you have money like that. You know what I mean? We're like, and the example I was going to give was going to be Diddy versus Suge Knight. Okay, because Suge Knight, like, if you go back to the 2000 whatever Source Awards, and Suge Knight went on stage, and he was like, yeah, that's how we do it. And it's like, it's like, I'm a gangster. I'll just call out Diddy, I'll call out Big, everybody on the Source Awards stage. And Diddy goes up on stage, so hey, contrary to whatever he says, I got a lot of love and respect for Dre, for Tupac, or all these guys. We gotta stop all this East Coast, West Coast stuff. And behind closed doors, what's he doing, right? I mean, unless you think all these guys are lying, right? Who is he really? So publicly, he's like, hey man, everybody just needs to chill with all that hatred. And then behind closed doors, he's a stone gangster. Suge Knight, stone gangster also, but publicly about it. And Suge Knight doing life in prison and has been in prison for a very long time. Diddy out doing whatever he wanted for the last 30 years, right? Well, apparently that video does not hold up anymore. You know what I mean? You can only be, doing things in the quiet for so long if you're doing it constantly. You know what I'm saying? All right, back to the story about whether he has fled the country or not. So, serial celebrity private jet flight tracking expert Jack Sweeney posted streams goes the route from Northern California, stopping in Los Angeles and landing in Antigua, which is also the same time on the island. So video. So bottom line is the that's where the plane went for sure. People don't know whether he's on it. He's not under. He's not in custody. They didn't have an arrest warrant for him, or else he'd be under arrest. So no one really knows where he is. But singer Cassie, also knows Cassie. This is the, hopefully this is the beginning of a process that will hold Mr. Combs responsible for his depraved conduct. This is from his ex-girl. She just got paid $30 million, and she still is like buried in jail. Think about what this guy called. You know what I mean? Man, that is so annoying. All right, so that's why people think he fled the country. All right, so next story up is Prince Harry. And this is taking a second below for some reason, but here you go. Prince Harry named in the $30 million Sean Diddy Combs sexual assault lawsuit. So yeah, this is not ideal. Very curious whether or not this guy actually partook, because as far as I know, he's married. Married to a girl that people have things to say about. But let's just see exactly what's said about Prince, and then we'll look at 50 Cent's documentary, and then we'll look at the shit. Combs, who faces a litany of sexual assault allegations, is said to have drawn guests to his infamous parties through VIP associations with celebrities such as famous athletes, political figures, artists, musicians, and international dignitaries like British royal Prince Harry. He's a serial sex abuser. So there is no suggestion of any wrongdoing by the prince, and his name is only mentioned there. I like to do these, I like to just read them as that, so you guys get a totally genuine reaction. But let's look at 50 Cent, and then we're going to look at the video of the bridge, which is absolutely great. Now, let me tell you which rapper you really do not want to have a problem with is 50 Cent. That guy will never let it go. Never. You got an issue with him, he is going to be there to stomp on your face at the moment where he's looking, you're looking for a hand, someone help me. 50's going to be there to stomp on your hand and smile as you sink into the ocean around. So, 50 Cent's documentary on the sexual assault allegations against Sean Diddy Combs, so he's dropping this is happening. 50 Cent has a film and TV, movie, whatever, production company, does a lot of different. So you guys get the Power series, that's all 50 Cent, he does a bunch of stuff. So, bottom line, in December, 50 Cent confirmed that he was developing a documentary about the allegations, so that's months ago. Federal agents raided mansions owned by Sean Diddy Combs on Monday. You never know. The documentary could have had something to do with why this is happening. So you really look behind the scenes on how these things actually happen. It's crazy. I think law enforcement operates independent of media, and that's just not what happens. The Andrew Tate got rung up last week, or 2 weeks ago, whatever. That was because Aiden Ross was all, Andrew Tate is saying that he's going to flee Romania. Boom, he gets raided. That's why he got raided, because Aiden Ross said that on his YouTube. That's how this stuff happens. But, obviously, there's a bunch of other stuff going on with people. But 50 Cent is developing a documentary about sexual assault allegations against Sean Diddy Combs. We teased the project on social media after Homeland Security agents raided Combs' mansion on Monday. There are 4 civil suits that have been brought against him, 90 million, but Combs has strongly denied it. So in November, this is all stuff. In early December, 50 Cent, whose real name is Curtis Jackson, wrote on X about his documentary, posted a clip of the former Bad Boy Records rapper Mark Curry alleging that Combs spiked women's drinks at a party. Let's actually watch it.
We used to go when we go to the club, we used to have these bottles, right? And on this bottle, they'd be regular Moet bottles. On them bottles right there, they're gonna have something to make the girls be real slippery and all of this kind of stuff. So when you get up, they be like, don't touch them bottles right there and only drink them bottles right there.
Put Molly all in that champagne. She ain't need no. I took her home and I enjoyed that. She ain't need no.
You just don't mess with them bottles, right? Yeah.
Wise one. My kids want juice. What do I do?
Give them juicy juice. It has no sugar added.
And no artificial sweeteners.
Are you gonna use that shovel? Juicy juice. That's juice light.
Introducing the Hoover One Power Emerge. Whether it's serious deep cleans or quick room refreshes, pet pickups or car cleanups, One Power Emerge tackles dirt like a pro anywhere. Upgrade your cleaning routine with the powerful Hoover One Power Emerge. Search for Hoover One Power on Amazon today.
Then all of the girls is in the club after a while, they all running, opening up their mouth like little birds. He was running around just popping pills and then pop pill, and then that was the party. I used to, we used to be on the road, you'd be like, yo, we going by Puff Room and see what they doing. And you knock on Puff's door, he'd be sitting there damn near butt naked. You ever just had a grown man answer his hotel door butt naked and be like, come on in? You be like, I'll come back.
So afterward, a representative confirmed to Variety that the documentary Combs is being developed by 50 Cent's production company. I confirmed that the Untitled Diddy documentary is in development for the Unit Television, yada yada. They pledged that all the profits would go to victims of sexual assault and rape. Yeah, sure they will. That's a nice little trick. Listen, I just want everyone to know that we're going to donate that money, girl. Who's going to confirm that you donate that money, girl? Who's going to, what confirmation you need to get, girl? I told you. Right, but where's that going to go? Listen, don't you worry about yourself. I'm the one that's trying to take care of the salt. Okay? Back off. People they claim they're going to donate money all the time, like Amber Heard. I'm going to donate every dollar of my divorce settlement to battered women. You're like, oh, you mean battered women like you? What? Like you got battered? Yeah, I got my, It's that you chopped the finger. You pooped his bed. You lied about everything. What? Did you donate the money? Yes, I donated it. You pledged it. That's what I did. So you gave him the money? Well, I did. So you didn't donate it. I did donate it. You pledged it. Right, I donated it. So you gave them the money. Well, again, what in anyway, Combs and 50 Cent have been feuding since 2006. There's definitely a number of jokes on social media about Combs. That on Monday, 50 Cent tweeted, now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done. They don't come like this, like that, unless they got a case. They wrote of the federal rate. Exactly. He's implying that the title of the documentary is going to be Diddy Do It, and that's exactly what it's going to be called. That's hilarious. He said it's going to break records when it drops, and it will. I saw something on here about Netflix. The producer said that the documentary was already streaming on Netflix, which isn't, but you can bet. Rest assured, Netflix is going to buy that thing. You want to know what the TV production game is about? It's about selling shows. You sell the show, then you go film. I can tell you right now, 50 Cent has either already sold this or he's in the process of selling it right now for a big ass number. 50 Cent knows this game like a boss. He probably got a tip. Honestly, in December, he probably got a tip that they're about to, like win a couple of there's a case building against Diddy, and he probably claims that's what kind of gangster 50 Cent is. You know what I mean? Like he finds that out, and he's like, ooh, how am I gonna make 35, 40, $50 million on this? Just like that. Just like that. Put it out there in December, and then when this drops, bam, he hits it on social media. Like 50 Cent, you want to know, I always talk about this, like when he filed bankruptcy and everyone's all, oh my God, look at 50 Cent, doesn't have 50 cents to rub together. I'm like, 50 Cent lost like 3 lawsuits together that equal like $33 million. He's like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, I can either cut a check for, 5 million or 17 here, whatever. It was like literally like $30 million, like, or I can stash all my dough in advance and then go, oops, I don't have any money. I don't know, I don't have any money, man. I'm sorry, it's all fake. It's all fake. The second that bankruptcy got dismissed, he signed a $100 million contract with Starz. Once the thing gets discharged, they're not entitled to any of your money after that. Filed that, bankruptcy got discharged literally within a couple weeks. Oh my God, a $100 million contract with Starz. Oh, and I made $8 million on Bitcoin. Weird. I can start showing money again. Okay? He's a fucking genius. Anyway, so now let's get to the meat bones. Let's look at this one. Shit, crashing into the bridge. All right, so this doesn't need a big preamble. This is the video of the ship crashing into the Baltimore Bridge, sped up 8x. Okay, you tell me, how does this look to you guys? Does this look like an accident or does this look intentional? How insane is that? How insane is that? Look at that. I don't even know what to make of this. Now, I will say that the lights come on and off, but not all of them. You know, it's like, it almost seems like they're like trying to make it seem like it's going, like it's power going out or whatever. But that turn, I mean, like, you know how long it takes those poles to turn? It takes forever. Is that not professional? I don't know what to make of it. I have absolutely no idea what to make of it. That is some pretty critical infrastructure on the East Coast going to a major port that is now kaput. It's a huge deal, and it was crazy how that thing just goes down like Legos. Oh my god. I can't stop watching it. It's so crazy. Okay, so I don't know what to make of that at all. I really don't. I have no other commentary on it other than say, what the fuck?
Waking up, huh? How's it
Who
going?
would be behind it and why everybody's been saying that there's going to be some black swan event. You know,
We're gonna have some bacon tomorrow.
it's 2024, it's an election year. There's a lot of reasons to start breaking down America. So that, you know, people are like, we're not even going to have an election. We're not even going to have an election because blah, blah, blah. I talked about this a ton this weekend while I was in Phoenix with my boys. It's like, these guys, they are not going one way or the other. It's like, they are not going to let who's they? Okay, certainly is in that group. I'm like, I don't know, but they're not going to let they will do anything to keep on the presidency. And that's really scary because I saw them. I mean, if you've seen the movie Leave the World Behind, pretty reminiscent of the beginning of that whole thing. The thing that starts it off is the boat that comes crashing into the beach. If you did not watch Leave the World Behind, you're fucking crazy. Listen, I know they did a bunch of propaganda. Oh, it's an anti-white, propaganda. It's just trust me. Okay, trust me. Watch that fucking movie. Okay. Anyway, that's all. Subscribe to the channel. Okay.
We've got a heck of a show in store for you tonight. Very excited for you to see it all unfold before your very eyes. And then the things you don't understand. Really hope you love it. Please love it.
It's becoming more unpredictable. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned for a live television series. I am going to stop this before something terrible happens. As we attempt to clean up the devil.
P. Diddy, breaking news. As we are here in his bag, brother. How weird is back in full action. Today we found out that not one, not two, but three of P. Diddy's houses, one in New York, one in Miami, one in LA, got raided by the FBI. What's going on? They're obviously looking for what he's been accused of multiple times for the last 30 years, and now it looks like they're trying to find confirmation for this sex trafficking. Sex trafficking. Contentious arrest. Now, the story
I want to watch this.
from there.
This is the fucking news. Shit.
Baltimore's Southern Police District is the city's largest district, 61,000 residents. And on Tuesday afternoon, sources tell us at one point there were 3 police officers on patrol.
How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about a severe Baltimore City police staffing shortage. There are not enough officers to patrol the entire city, and they're pleading for help. They're pleading for more officers. They're pleading for guys to do overtime, whatever they can to make up the difference, and it's not really happening where they want it to happen. Now, this is not just Baltimore City, but it's all over the nation. And there is one particular reason, among many, but one chief reason why this is happening. But let me just read you a couple things here. Then we're going to get to a video. You see this from Invokeness on Twitter. Shout out to them. Baltimore is now facing apocalyptic levels of policing shortages. Last week, not one, not two, but 3 police officers patrolled a whole district of 61,000 residents. Police are now unable to respond to calls, including for child assault. We'll get to that in a minute. The department is now postponing police training in an attempt to solve shortages. So maybe the officer needed for training can't go do training because they need to be on the actual street trying to combat the crime, which is high in a place like Baltimore. Now, shout out to Kim Placey, who is a resident of the area. She says Baltimore mayor defunded the police by $24 billion in 2020. Remember the whole George Floyd, defund the police, remember all that? And remember when guys like myself and many others said that when you defund the police, all you're going to do is have crime go up as a result. You're not actually going to help those in the community. All that quote unquote defunding police does is help those in the outside feel good about themselves. Like, hey, I did something right. I did something for the community. Really, you didn't do anything but just make things more dangerous. But anyway, she continues. We tried to refund the police the following year, but by that time, hundreds had already left. And here's one more thing, just for a little bit of icing on the cake. 23 Baltimore schools have 0 students proficient in math per state test results, okay? Now, let's get to the news clip here. If you want to see the clip before without my commentary link, as always, will be in the description. If you're not G, visit the link in the bio, go to the corresponding article on the website. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
About those dire shortages at the department, but tonight we're getting a much closer look at the real impact those shortages are having here on the streets.
Hi there, WooCommerce owner. I've got just what you're looking for. Obviously, the WooCommerce program automates your marketing, engaging your customers, and increasing your revenue on autopilot. Create beautiful branded emails, recommend specific products to specific people, promote your best-selling products in real time, incorporate unique discount codes, and use automated workflows to keep your list engaged and buying from you around the clock. Get started today and grow your business with the power of email marketing designed for e-commerce.
In the Southern District on Tuesday, there was a plea for officers to work overtime. Minutes later, it went citywide.
Citywide, overtime available,
So the call first went out to just that district. Hey, anybody available? Some overtime, get some help. Then the entire city was alerted. Hey, is anybody in Baltimore City available and willing to work in the Southern District for some overtime? Can anyone please help?
Baltimore's Southern Police District is the city's largest district, 61,000 residents. And on Tuesday afternoon, sources tell us at one point there were 3 police officers on patrol. Just seconds after the plea for officers hit the airwaves, so did pleas for help.
If anyone is accused and goes clear, we have a physical child abuse at Laurel Park, and there's a 10-year-old at the location with bruises all over his body.
And you know what? See, the thing is, this is what I'm talking about. When you don't have enough police, I said it before, in many of these communities, the police are the last bastion of hope. Without the police, you're just going to have chaos. So when people say defund the police, I just never understood it. It never made any sense to me. Even if I was a liberal person, it wouldn't make sense to me. But I think people who think this makes sense don't come from these kind of areas. They don't understand what goes on. They think they know, they have no clue. They think the police are the problem. They think it's a thing called over-policing. There is no such thing as over-policing in the USA. Okay, over-policing is what can happen in China when they had the virus going on. You get weld inside your home. Literally, it weld the bar over your door and block you from leaving. That's over-policing. But having enough officers to be able to fight crime and to solve cases, that's not called over-policing. It's just called policing. Let's continue.
Okay, we also have a comment call. An initial person, 2620 Orange Street.
10 minutes after that child abuse call was transmitted, it appears there were still no officers en route.
Yes, sir. The advisor is now moving to 10 calls. No priority one. Still have the physical child abuse and the comments.
And it's heartbreaking. Imagine if you are a crime victim.
Betsy Smith with the National Police Association calls the city's police staffing dangerously low.
You are endangering the lives of the police officers that are on duty. And what that further does is endanger the lives of the citizens.
Yes. So basically what's happening from my point of view is if you're not about to bleed out, they're not coming to you. You got bruises on your body, okay, what are we going to do about that? Write a report, but look, you got more important things to worry about. And don't, unless you be about to die, overdose or something like that. In some places, they don't even really carry Narcan. It's like, look, man, you got an OD, go ahead, that's your business. Let's continue.
522 vacancies. At a city budget hearing last year, the top brass admitted it struggled with recruitment and is hoping to hire civilians to fill in the gaps.
Why would you want to be a Baltimore City police officer? Why? In a dangerous place when you know it's understaffed, and the mayor at one point did not have your back. And this new mayor, they got the young guy, is he going to have your back? I don't really have any confidence in him. I would not have confidence in him if I was an aspiring officer in Baltimore. Really got to love that city and really, you can't really mind risking your life out there. And a lot of people just don't do it. It's not even really worth it.
Looking at upwards to 120 to 140 positions I'm trying to create in this request to be able to sustain going forward.
The reason that 9 out of every 10 police departments in this country is short-staffed is because we have been dealing with, here in the United States, this 3.5, almost 4-year vilification and demonization of the American law enforcement officer.
And that's facts. And, you know, like somebody said on the Twitter thread I showed earlier, that I didn't read. It's about George Floyd. After George Floyd and that whole thing, the whole ACAB and all cops are bad and defund the police, all that thing really took off and spread like wildfire. And as a result, you got quite a few cities all over the country with shortfalls in their police staffing, which is going to result in more crime, more violence, and overall less safe place to live.
Until perceptions change, Smith predicts recruitment will not improve, and the pleas for officers will grow louder.
Yeah. It's not like we don't have any. Yeah.
Our sources are telling us tonight that the department is actually postponing training for officers just to keep them on the streets. We're live, Jeff Abel, Fox 45 News.
I'm Kai Jackson. So there we go. That's happening out there in Baltimore City. Now, can anyone truly say they're surprised at this? I know I'm not. As I close, I want to say this. Shout out to the officers who are out there and have not left the force. I know all the incentive in the world is there for you to leave. Finance, maybe not, because you might not be at retirement age. I'm not really sure about the financial part, but everything else is there. It's like you don't have support from those who you should have support from. You are working a lot. You're being pressured to do overtime. And if you're not doing overtime, you still don't have enough guys in the streets with you. Like I said, there were 3 officers for a whole neighborhood of 61,000 people. I mean, it's just a bad situation overall. You're not getting respected on a national level. You're not getting open leadership. You don't have enough staff to be out there in the streets with you, fighting crime, fighting violence. You just don't have enough. So all the incentive is there for you to go ahead and leave. So you know what, I'm good. I tried. It's not working out. I'm gonna do something else with myself. So shout out to you guys who are still there hanging on, doing the best you can. And I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what say you? Are you surprised at what happened here in Baltimore with the police staffing shortages? Sit back, relax, take a bite.
Well, just coming down this way.
How can they be recording inside if they're outside, you dumbass?
Yeah, I'm playing to the window, yeah.
Fucking people are dumb. How's it going, D? How are you? Record inside. I'm outside, stupid fuck. How am I fucking
I
recording?
would suggest, Aaron, if you don't want anyone to see you inside the store, put tint on the windows.
I agree. Put your fucking blinds down or something.
Is it a big property?
So you put that woman out in public sidewalk.
Anything else? Sorry about that. Appreciate you. Yeah.
Would you like to send me out here? Yes, out of my personal space. It's fine. You share my personal space. Yes, you can give you a copy in a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll wait. Okay. They're now removing the area they have started. Because I know from there. You can see it. It's there up again. It's got a nice soil. Look at that. That's there you go. No, I think he doesn't like it or something. Anyway. Yeah, I wanted to see what they need, but he was showing, but he was showing.
I don't know if they're going to yeah. Thank you so much.
Good night, everybody.
I have no idea.
Do your business here. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's it. You did great.
She tells me also, man,
What's up, whoever's there? Ooh, smell good. Strawberry stick bars. Smell really good. Tastes good. What's coming?
The bottom line is that in the state of Georgia, as long as I'm governor, we're gonna follow the law and the Constitution.
They are among us. All right. I mean, just let's get a few more IQs, a few more IQ points. We'll be able to do something. We'll be able to achieve something. Okay. I was seeing quite a few low IQ takes in this particular video. But shout out to Malik Snaps. You go ahead and sub to him. I'll place a link to this particular video right here. All right. And let's go ahead and keep on rocking and rolling. If you like what you're hearing so far, please give the video a thumbs up. Like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That'll help me out tremendously. Now, speaking about city areas, I'm not quite sure where he was. That could have been New York, that could have been LA. I'm not really sure. But the knockout game is back. RIP to Colin Flaherty. The knockout game is back, or at least the sucker punch game. And what's happening is that women specifically are being targeted by this. Women are being punched in the face randomly in New York. All right, young, pretty women a lot of times just get punched in the face. So Eric Adams, what are we doing? What's going on? I thought we had Homeland Security down in the not Homeland Security. I'm getting ahead of myself. I thought we had National Guard down there in the subway. So what's up? Are we getting these girls getting punched in the face? Can we get a little bit more law enforcement? Can we back the blue for real in New York City? Can we do something to stop all this crime and violence from happening? People love New York. Personally, I hate it. New York, LA, if you guys live out there, shout out to you. But me, I might just be a country boy at heart. I can't really deal with the big cities and the crack smoke and the urine smells. I'm just good. But anyway, check this out. All right.
Oh.
Here we go.
Like, I didn't realize I was part of a group of women that got punched. What? I literally just got punched by some man.
So I just got punched in the face walking home. I was literally e-biked. I was literally just walking. And a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh.
But like, I didn't realize I was part of a group of women that got punched. What?
So like, what's going on in New York City? Why are all these girls getting punched in the face? Young girls just getting walloped randomly for no reason. Okay. CV says it's push person on the tracks game. Another rider killed a couple days ago. Yep, you got not only girls getting punched in the face, you have people getting pushed on the tracks, get hit by the train, all that kind of stuff is going on. What's really happening? What's really going on? All right. Let's keep on rocking and rolling here. Somebody said I got Diddy on my mind. Not Diddy, but Homeland Security because of all that stuff that's going on. But shout out to Florida. Florida does things a little bit differently than New York, than California, etc. Florida is a teach bit different. So check out what Florida does when you're going to be a home invader, you're going to be a squatter or whatever. They handle things a little bit different.
As to the person, we don't know which homeowner shot at him. I guess they think that they did something wrong, just they get around. If somebody's breaking in your house, you're more than welcome to shoot and say, oh, whatever, prefer that you do that. So whoever that was, you're not in trouble, come see us. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better and hopefully you'll save taxpayers.
There we go. That's the way it should be. Okay, that's the way it should be. Like I say all the time on the live stream, I'm Mr. Peace. I'm really the real brother love. I'm like Puff Daddy. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I'm real brother love. I don't want any kind of problems. I'm all about peace. But my thing is just don't breach the perimeter. Stay over there. Stay out there. You can yell and scream and screech all you want over there, but don't breach my perimeter, because once you do that, now you're in a different world. You've gone beyond your boundaries. You've really done something. You've gone beyond your boundaries. That's all I can really say about that. So, shout to my man out there in Florida saying, "Hey, you want to go ahead and delete that guy for breaking into your home?" And it is what it is. Now I got a video here that's pretty interesting. Some guy decides he wants to attack an officer. Now I don't know if this might be an older video, might be new. I have no idea. I came across it and I just wanted to show it. So my man, you see my man on the left, officer on the right, he's going to attack this officer. Now, what do you think is going to happen? What's your prediction about what's going to happen?
He fucking punched him.
And sorry for the cursing, not my fault. Blame the guys who are recording.
Oh, yo, what the fuck?
Oh, there it is. Okay, we got K-9 coming out.
Get that nigga. Oh, shit. Yo, the nigga got, what the nigga?
Yeah, so my suggestion would be do not assault a police officer. Yeah, it might not be a good idea. Okay, might not be a good idea. Now, some are going to say that's excessive. Well, shouldn't have hit him. Shouldn't have put his hands on him. Okay, you could have got tased, maybe, in the rain. That might not work. Okay, so how about we just open the door, let me get Peaches. Let me get Peaches. You can talk to Peaches. Look, I'm not really going to try to take my taser out in this wet weather. I'm not going to shoot you. You can talk to Peaches. How about that? That's how we're going to go from now on. All right? It's as simple as that. And if you're not trying to have Peaches come holler at you, well, the best thing you could do is not try to assault a police officer. All right? So, yeah, shout out to Peaches. Shout out to the officer. Hey, he got bit, but he'd be all right. He'd be all right. He could have got tasered in wet weather and get electrocuted, or it might not work, or you can get shot, and then that'll be even worse. So, yeah, that's pretty much how we're going to go with that. Now, let's go back to New York City. Your man, Eric Adams.
Everyone knows that New York City is the Athens of America, is the Istanbul of America, is the Kyiv of America, it's the soul of America. We are the Tel Aviv of America. New York City is the Islamabad of America, the Zagreb of America. We are the Lima of America. New York City is Mexico City of America. This is the Dublin of America.
Yo, what? It's like wherever he goes, okay, your city is my city. Okay, you got to get the green St. Patrick's Day sweater on. Like, what are we doing, Eric?
New York City. Everyone knows that.
So, yeah, shout out to your main man, Eric Adams. You know, Eric Adams, speaking about Puff Daddy, we're going to get to him in a minute. But Eric Adams gave Puff Daddy the key to the city recently, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I can find that right quick. And if you like what you're hearing so far, please give the video a thumbs up, like the video, share it to the video, do all that good stuff that helped me out tremendously. So here we go. Matter of fact, this was last year. He gave Puff Daddy the key to the city. All right, and here we have Puff dancing. So it says Sean Diddy Combs received the key to the city, to New York City from Mayor Eric Adams. And we got music going on for no reason. All right, there he is dancing. On the same day, he released his latest studio album. And let's see what he says.
Let's release my first album in 13 years. Love album, love the great. Now, if you're an R&B fan, you're gonna love this album. If you're a music fan, you're gonna love this album. If you love love, you're gonna love this album. It's called the Love Album, Love the Great. Make sure you check it out.
You know what I love? You know what I love, Puff Daddy? Getting consent. You know what I love? Being sober. You know what I love? Not trafficking cocaine. Allegedly. I'm not going to say he did it, but all I'm going to say is allegedly. I like getting consent. I like not snorting cocaine. I like not getting raided by the federales.
Returning back to music after 13 years. And also, I just got the key to the city. I'm a New York boy, and I just got the key to the city. And everything is just a little surreal right now. I'm having one of those great days. I'm a great Friday. Little big city. Getting the key to the city. He will be very proud. He'll probably be crying. You know, they're gonna mean so much to us. I mean, for me, you know, when I get out of here, I'm definitely gonna have a good cry. I'm gonna have a good happy cry.
All right, so there you go. Take that. Puff Daddy getting the key to the city. It didn't show Eric Adams giving him the key. All right, I'll give you a second here. And if you like what you're hearing so far, I know what to do. Please give the video a thumbs up, like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That'll help me out tremendously. Okay, and there we go. I can pull it up right quick. And all righty, here we are. Puff Daddy and Eric Adams. All right, key to the city. There we have it. Now, I think they arrested Puff, or he might be on the run. I'm seeing all kinds of different things about him. They say they don't know where he is. They do know where he is. I don't really know. And I don't think that Eric Adams knew anything about what was going on. Not really. Not at this time. This was September last year, 23. So I don't know if he knew anything. Probably didn't. And I think the federales, when they're at first houses, I mean, it's a whole lot going on. It's a whole lot happening out in Manhattan, New York City. They're trying to get Trump, in my focus on themselves. Focus on yourself first, then rather than worrying about Trump. Now, thinking about New York City, there's going to be a price hike. So New York City's congestion pricing plan received final approval from the MTA on Wednesday. The plan entails a $15 toll on cars entering Midtown Manhattan, and the proceeds are going to go to the Mass Transit Project. Check it out.
Tonight there's big news from the Big Apple. Driving into the city could get more expensive. The Metropolitan Transit Authority in New York has given the green light to congestion pricing. That's something a lot of other cities will be looking at. The plan, the first in the U.S., calls for a $15 toll on cars entering Midtown Manhattan. The money would go towards mass transit projects, but it's not a done deal. Multiple lawsuits have been filed to block it, including by small business owners worried about the impact on their customers.
Now, okay, I got a few questions. Do you think it's good for New York City to pass this toll to reduce traffic? Or do you think, like I think, this is kind of being done as part of a green energy grift to force you to not own a car, to not use your car? I mean, that's what I'm thinking about, because they're talking about, oh, we got to go green, we got to go electric, we got to go mass transit. So rather than having your vehicle, just get on the train. Board the train. We'll take you wherever you want to go. You know, or ride share, something like that. Reduce carbon emission. That way too. Meanwhile, the USA, as we stand today, right now, even with the gas guzzlers, even with, and the thing about it, it's so dumb because they're talking about passenger vehicles. You still got 18 wheels on the road, you still got planes in the sky, and they right up in the sky burning all kind of carbon. You know how much jet fuel burns? Like, have you seen like jet fuel or private planes? It's crazy. It's a whole big mess. But do you think this is being done to reduce traffic and to raise money? Or is it about some kind of green energy nonsense to disincentivize car ownership in the city? I think it's more of the latter. And I think the whole thing with gas prices in California is the same thing. $7 a gallon, stuff like that, is to incentivize you to get a Tesla. You see more Teslas on the left coast probably than anywhere else in the country. Because gas is so high, at a certain point, it makes financial sense to get a Tesla. But the problem is, when everybody has a Tesla, now we're going to have a strain on the grid. And when the grid gets strained, all they're going to do is bring in more and more coal, more so-called fossil fuel, more so-called dirty fuel. Like I was saying before, in West Virginia, they killed the economy because of the EPA closing the coal mines. They killed it. And then you had Hillary Clinton famously saying, oh, well, learn the code. Was I already said learn the code? Or it might have been Biden. Somebody said that. But it's talking about closing the coal mines. Ironically, ever since it's talking about green vehicles, green energy, Teslas, things of this nature, electric vehicles, there's a bigger demand for coal, and they're opening some of the closed coal mines up. All of a sudden now, coal is fine because it's going to power the electric vehicles. But anyway, I digress. As I was saying, as it stands right now, the USA is one of the cleanest countries in the world, of its size especially. The carbon emissions, the pollution comes from India and China specifically. India and China. Also Africa as far as like water pollution, land pollution, but really India and China, and I think it's like 9 rivers over there, 9 rivers. The USA is clean as a whistle. I'll put it to you this way. Let's compare USA to China and India. USA is like a spick and span clean countertop you can eat off of with no plates and utensils, with your bare hands. It's that clean. India and China is like a toilet. It's that dirty. Nothing against India or China or their people. I'm just saying the level of dirtiness is not even close. It's not even close, but for some reason, the USA has got to be the country that has no more gas-powered vehicles, all green everything. Make it make sense. You know why they're doing it? It's because it's a grift. It's all a game. It's to get money. It's so Al Gore and Greta Thunberg and everybody else in the green energy mafia get more money. That's all. If they're really serious, they would never even come to the USA and talk about anything climate-related, environment-related. You would be permanently over in New Delhi, Shanghai, somewhere like that. You'd be over there all the time talking to them. But you're not serious, so you over here just trying to get money. Period. And you know that when you have all these regulations of the books in America, all that's going to happen is we're going to outsource it to India and China and make them more polluted, which is what's happening right now. All of our manufacturing, all of our jobs, oh, it's too dirty to have over here. Okay, now they get it. And the same air, same atmosphere is still going to be impacted. So it's dumb. It's totally dumb. NERN says Al Gore has a heated pool, probably. Of course. Ain't no question about it. Okay, like all these celebrities talking about, oh, we gotta save the planet, have sprawling estates, 100,000 square feet types. They have these crazy, ridiculous, just, I can't even really call it. They live in shopping malls. It's crazy. TRR says Maryland wants to tax rainwater. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, let's keep on going. Speaking about New York City, this is a Trump story that you may have heard before. But if you've not heard it before, I want you to hear it. All right, hold on. Remember how the Reason says they even have a rain tax where you pay based on how much water runs off your property. So you get taxed based on how much it rains. So if you get taxed for weather, that's crazy. That's totally crazy. But here's a Trump story you may have heard before, but if you've heard it, you're going to hear it for the first time. You know, they say Trump is so racist, he's racist, he hates black people. First of all, nobody ever said Trump was racist until he became a Republican. Nobody ever said that. He was on The Fresh Prince, he was on Home Alone, he was being mentioned in rap songs. Bill Gates, Donald Trump, let me in now. I'm up like Donald Trump. Trump was a black icon. Trump was in 50 Cent's G-Unit Radio. Like, G-Unit, understand this. I'm gonna talk about G-Unit Radio right quick. G-Unit Radio, and I'm gonna have to find that. This was what they were doing before 50 really got going. This is like in the earlier days, the earlier times. And after a while, 50 became, you know, with Eminem and Dr. Dre and Aftermath and all of that. Trump was on G Unit Radio in New York City with Yayo, like not even 50 Cent himself, with Yayo, one of the supporting characters. Okay, hold on, let me see if I can find that right quick. And then we're going to get into the story that I know you heard before. Here we go.
Shoot Donald Trump. Smell the money. Niggas, you know you. With it's Sony Yayo. Donald Trump.
I'm here, folks. I'm here.
Whoa. Wow. Smell the money.
Great group of people.
Smell the.
This is 2005, by the way. 2005.
The money.
Yeah, G Unit Radio, G Unit Radio.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Twice. Hey, yeah, you owe Lucas some money.
That's Trump.
So, not 50 Cent, but Yayo, one of the 50 Cent's people. Like, not even the main guy, and Trump's right there chilling, hanging out. When was Trump ever a racist? I can't tell. He was hanging out throughout the history of Black entertainment, Black politics. He was always there. Jesse Jackson, Muhammad Ali, Rosa Parks, 50 Cent, everybody, Snoop Dogg, everybody. But when he became a Republican, ran for president, all of a sudden, he went from being an honorary Black guy to a racist, white supremacist. Make that make sense. It's stupid. It's just dumb. And when you ask people that think this way, why they think that way, they want to get aggressive and start to fight you with things of this nature. Rather than addressing the question and giving an honest answer. Because there is no honest answer. They're just liars who've been manipulated by the media. But anyway, let's get to the story that you may have heard before about Trump being the so-called racist. Check it out.
Is Trump a racist?
I don't think so. I've talked to a number of Black entrepreneurs who back in the late 80s and 90s, early 90s, were trying to get financed. They couldn't. Somebody told them to go check with Donald Trump. So they come back and tell me they got a loan from Donald Trump. He gave them a term loan. Show up with the interest and the principal, one check. But they had to go see him first. They independently related this tale that when they saw him, he said, "This what you supposed to be? This I agree?" I said, "Yeah." And then tore the check up, shook their hands, and congratulations. Now run your business. He didn't have any problem with dating a Black woman, walking her down red carpets. Most people don't know this. He was the finance man behind Jesse Jackson's 2 runs for president.
Wow. Is Trump a racist?
So I'm having a hard time understanding where Trump became a racist. I don't really get it. I don't understand. I don't get it. Since when? Never. And then, of course, Jennifer Hudson, when her family was murdered in Chicago, Trump opened the door to her at Trump Tower, and whatever you need, you got it. Free is whatever I got you. No problem. But for some reason, the media was successful in making them be a racist because, you know how they were successful because the media is very powerful. The media is very, very, very powerful, which is why they don't like guys like me and many others on YouTube, the alternative media. They don't like us because they understand how powerful we are. And they're going to get the power for themselves. They are a dying industry that everybody knows sucks. They know they're losing ground to us, which is why they're going to hate on
What's
us.
up, guys?
And run hit pieces. They're going to say, oh, these MAGA Republicans, extremists. They want to otherize us, to demonize us in the eyes of the general public using the last bit of their power that they have. All right. But anyway, I digress. If you like what you're hearing so far, please give the video a thumbs up, like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That'll help me out tremendously. And let's get to some more stuff here. Oh, speaking about carbon footprint, let's go to you, man, Justin Trudeau in Montreal. Okay, Justin Castro, check it out. All right, look at that motorcade. Okay, carbon footprint where? Green energy where? Are these big suburban looking vehicles? Are these EVs? What kind of gas mileage do you get on these big Suburbans? So there we go. This was happening with Trudeau in Montreal, Canada, with the big motorcade. Hold on, turn down some of that sound. You got police cars, defund the police, except for me. Hey, let's defund the police. But when I come to town, I'm going to have the entire police force. That's how they always do. They always do the same thing. Defund the police, but when I come to town, I'm going to have the entire police force behind me. Defund the police, but when I come to town, I'm going to have not only the police, but my own Secret Service, security. They're going to have guns and everything else. You can't have police protection. You can't have guns for yourself. When the criminals come in, put your keys at the front. Put your keys right there at the very front. All they want is your car. But I get to have armed security, armed guards, the entire police force, everything to protect me. See how that works? But anyway.
Fucking straight bullshit. Bullshit. Don't move the fucking Canada, people. Canada is shit all over the world. Oh, shit. I knew if I sit down right here, he'd come. You're definitely my buddy, aren't you?
Yeah, that's not very green of him over there. Now, shout out to Don Lemon. You guys know Don Lemon was going to have the show, and I was rooting for Don Lemon. I really was. I was like, okay, Don Lemon, you can redeem yourself, because at one point back in the day, Don Lemon was more conservative, even though CNN telling black folks pull your pants. I'm like, okay, Don Lemon, you got a little bit of conservative in you. Now, I was rooting for him to kind of go back the other direction, but of course, he did not. He did not go the other direction, and he was going to be on X, well, Twitter. He had a show. There was going to be an agreement, and it didn't work out. Grand opening, grand closing. just like somebody else we'll talk about in a minute. But grand opening, grand closing, and here he is on TMZ talking about a few things. All right, let's check it out.
I think I might be open to it
only, and I think the question was CNN. Would he go back to CNN? I don't know why that was the question, because last time he got fired from CNN. So is it really your choice to go back to CNN? If it is, I can't tell. But anyway.
I think I might be open to it only if they offered me a Tesla truck and equity in it. And that I could go there. See how stupid that is.
So basically, he's talking about the news that came out that said he wanted a Tesla truck and equity in the company, and he wanted to make decisions when it came to news on Twitter as part of his agreement to do a show over there. But now he's saying that's bogus and it was a lie, that it wasn't, that story was just false.
Listen, here's what I'll say. I don't think that is in the realm of possibility.
Right.
I didn't actually think that that I would end up back on CNN in my same studio, working, with the same, or appearing in a studio with the same group of people who are my camera people and studio people and what have you. So that was like,
fair use TMZ. Don't give me no copyright on this, man. I know y'all do. Harvey, I know all y'all do.
Superstars only have 3 minutes to keep their focus. 3 intense, adrenaline minutes for strategy, agility, strength, and alive. This isn't just another match. This is a sprint to the finish line. The prize, the prestigious first ever WWE Speed Championship. So brace yourself for a tournament like no other, where every match is a count, every second. Superstars like us. WWE Speed in exclusively on X.
go over there, don't give me no copyright on this. Not for Don Lemon, man, not for this. That's not really worth copyright.
A little surreal. I don't think it's in the realm of possibility. It would depend on the offer. I don't know if I would want to do a show 5 days a week or what have you, but it would just depend on what it is. But I would have to say, quite honestly, I don't think that that's in the cards.
So yeah, now go back to CNN. It's not your decision anyway. And what is happening with this artwork in the background? Like, what is this? These people in certain, you know, in certain circles, they just do different things. But that's quite enough. He looks kind of worn out. Go ahead and just rest somewhere. He's up there in age though. He's like 58, I think. How old is Don Lemon now? Don Lemon, he's got to be 58. Yep, I'll borrow the money. Just on 58 on March 1st. He was born on March 1, 1966. So he's 58 years old. And you look every bit of it. You know, people say I look old. Not really. I have a great beard. I cut my beard off. I look like I'm about 15 years old. But Don Lemon with no beard looks his exact age. But anyway, if you like what you're hearing so far, please give the video a thumbs up. Like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That'll help me out tremendously. And let's keep on going here. Oh, speaking about people who have been relieved of duty or have left, or the rumor is they've been fired. And by the way, why do people say that Candace Owens got fired? Like, where's the evidence that she got fired? Just because somebody does not work somewhere anymore does not mean they got fired. There's more than one way to stop employment somewhere. You could get fired, or you could quit, or the company could go out of business. Just because you don't work there anymore does not mean you got fired. All right, but I'm seeing a lot of people say she got fired, and you know the science behind that is people are gloating. They're gloating because they feel like she deserved it. That's all that it is. It ain't really nothing else to it. But anyway, so Ben Shapiro was on Piers Morgan, and Ben was asked about Candace Owens and why she's not there. And you're going to see his response. Check it out.
One of the consequences of this war has been a lot of very high passions on both sides, a lot of angry disagreements. You and your company have been at the center of a very high profile one at the moment with Candace Owens, who's now left Daily Wire. Was she fired, or did she leave of her own volition?
I'm not going to speak to this topic here.
At all?
At all.
And you know what? I'm gonna just defend Ben Shapiro right quick. Although I am not. Understand me when I say this. I am not a Ben Shapiro fan at all. Not even a little bit. Child anti-Daniels for that one. Not even a little bit. I'm not a fan of Ben Shapiro. However, I'm sure there was a contract in place. I'm sure there were terms negotiated. So you can't just say whatever you want to say when you're talking about contracts and things of this nature. Because now you can get into some legal stuff, and you're going to talk badly about a former employee, and then there's a contract, and there's money. Because look, there could have been the contract, and there could have been time left on it. There might have been the buyout, and the buyout could have had certain terms. You can't just say whatever you want to say on a platform like this when you're talking about some contractual obligations. Now, some are going to say that you spoke about Steven Crowder, but there was no contract there. There was negotiations for a contract, but no contract. Never actually started working. And then Crowder came out and said some things which made them have to respond. Now, if Candace came out and said some things about Jeremy and Ben and whatnot, then they may respond. But ultimately, there's a contract and there's money on the table that's already exchanged hands. But in the case of Crowder, that hadn't happened yet. But I digress.
You can't give me any insight into why she departed?
No hints, no nothing. I'm not going to speak to this.
Can I ask why?
I mean, you can ask.
No, I'm not. You can ask why you don't want to say anything.
Again, you can ask.
I'm only curious because I know what a staunch defender of free speech you are, and it would surprise me if it had been someone's opinions that would make you want to part company with them. However,
I mean, suffice it to say, the only thing I will say is what I've said all along with regard to Candace or with regard to any of our other hosts. I am not in hiring and firing position with the Daily Wire. I'm a co-founder of the Daily Wire. I'm a co-owner of the Daily Wire. I'm not actually in management. Jeremy Boring and Caleb Robinson are in management positions with regard to candidates or anyone else. And as far as the free speech situation, what I will say is that no company has the obligation to literally pay anyone. The Daily Wire is a publisher. It is not a platform. I've never called for candidates or anyone else for that matter to be banned from YouTube, to be banned from X, to be banned from any platform. That's a different story, obviously, when it comes to any publisher. Any publisher gets to make decisions about what it wishes to purvey and not.
I mean, I was not going to labour this, but one more point I would make is it's been reported extensively that the reason for her departure was because her comments had been perceived by people at the Daily Wire as anti-Semitic.
Again, I'm not going to comment on this here.
Okay.
Yeah, he was trying. Pierce was trying to get to the school, but he wasn't going for it. You know, so yeah, I think what happened was Ben and Candace had a beef. There was a beef there between Ben and Candace, and she wanted to leave. She wanted to leave and do her own thing, and she didn't want that beef to be there. She probably was offended when he said something about her. She probably decided to leave on her own. And, you know, I think that's what it was. I think it was a mutual thing. Because you could quit a job, you could just stop working somewhere without getting fired, and you quit. Did you get fired or did you quit? It's a difference. Anyway, and when you're talking about a contract and things like that, you can't just getting fired. It's not just like you work at Pizza Hut. Okay, you're not on a schedule anymore. It's not quite that way. But anyway, if you like what you're hearing so far, please give the video. Yeah, he's a lawyer. Of course he's a lawyer. Yes, that's right. Back up. Ben is a lawyer. He will not get caught up in no nonsense like that. He will know better than to just answer questions crazy and mess up contracts. It ain't gonna happen. And I think there was beef between him and Candace. And Candace said, you know what? I'm tired of this. I don't like you anymore. I want to go do my own thing and say what I want to say. And that's simply it. All right. And anything else, anything anybody talking about she got fired and all this, it's just people's opinion. That's all. But if you like what's hearing so far, please give the video a thumbs up, like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That'll help me out tremendously. All right, let me see. Butthead says, Gerald finally talked about the situation that's running between Crowder and his wife. Gerald didn't want to do it, but it was an issue for 1 year. Okay. Yeah. The whole thing with the divorce and Crowder is a whole different story. Crowder, I think, made a bunch of mistakes in this situation. Crowder should have took you know what Crowder should have done in the whole divorce situation? He should have taken the road that Ben just took and not say nothing, because trying to defend yourself, it made it worse. Because when the tape came out, you look like the worst person on planet Earth. Then you said I picked wrong. He just handled that whole thing wrong. You want to say things one way, you want to clear your name, you want to do certain things to say, hey, you know, I didn't do it. See, how you're handling this is wrong. You're not doing the right thing. In your mind, think you're doing the right thing. You want to defend yourself in your name, but also you look worse. You look really bad doing what you're doing. All right, that's that on that. You should have taken the Ben Shapiro approach. I'm gonna just, you know, hey, respect our family. We're going through a time right now. I'm not gonna say nothing. That's what I did. I got divorced. Yeah, when I got divorced, nobody did nothing. I didn't say a word. And to her credit, she didn't say nothing either. And if she said something, but she's not gonna say anything because she ain't that kind of person. If she did say something, I wouldn't even respond, because it's a lose-lose situation. I will only respond if I was in court, but I never went to court or nothing like that. I never had no court process, nothing crazy. I've heard some horror stories about people going to court and getting run through it, but I've not gone through that. And especially when there's court action, you keep your mouth shut. Bonnie Willis and Crowder and whatnot, they don't understand that when you're going through court action, you got some allegations against you, don't say a word. When you speak out, no lawyer or nothing present, you're making it worse. 100% worse. But I digress. If you like what you're hearing so far, please give the video a thumbs up, like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That'll help me out tremendously. Now, speaking about more hiring, people leaving, quitting, Ronna McDaniel. So check it out. Ronna McDaniel stepped down from the RNC. Someone said she got fired, but I don't think she got fired from the RNC because the RNC, truthfully, Ronna McDaniel leaving the RNC won't make a big difference, in my opinion. I just think that she stepped down because there was pressure for her to step down from the outside rather than the inside. If not for the outside pressure, she wouldn't have stepped down. Trump said, hey, you're not doing a good job. People like myself, the others say, hey, you're not doing a good job. I think the pressure from the outside made her step down. I don't think she was forced to step down from the RNC. So that happened. And immediately afterwards, she goes to NBC as a political analyst. Now, that was a move that MS-13 DNC did not like. Chuck Todd didn't like it. Joe Scarborough didn't like it. Rachel Maddow didn't like it. Who else? Joy-Ann Reid. The whole network hated that decision to hire Ronna McDaniel, the former chair of the RNC. Because you got to understand, they spent years talking about how much the MAGA Republicans are dangerous and racist and all the opes in the world. They spent years branding people like Ronna McDaniel as the enemy. So when NBC hires her, it's like, what are you doing? Why would you hire the enemy? I don't care about her being a good political person or she can speak well on television. I don't care about that. You hire the enemy. So they're getting inundated with calls from normies all over the world. The 10 people who watch MSNBC every weekday at car dealerships, when they're forced to, they call and say, hey man, what are you doing hiring Ronna McDaniel? That caused the host to do the same thing. Everybody was like up in arms. So now, just 2 days after she was announced to be on NBC, she got fired. All right. So I'm not sure what's next. Hey, learn the code. Maybe that might be next. But anyway, let's look at some of the reaction from the people. Let's look at the reaction to her being hired and then the reaction to her being fired.
I rang up former RNC chair, Ronna McDaniel.
Well, she was on Sundays.
I have deep respect for that. I do. I mean what I said on the air last night on my show, that I think that acknowledging that you might have got something wrong is a real sign of strength.
Okay, so that's their reaction. They're praising, was it Cesar Conde? Shout out to the big boss. They're naming the big boss right there. Normally they don't talk about the big bosses, but they got word from the big boss that Ronna McDaniel has been fired. And I want to just address a few things here. First of all, they said Ronna McDaniel. That was a dog whistle right there to illustrate that she is kin to Mitt Romney. She's Mitt Romney's niece. That was interesting. That was funny. If I would say Barack Hussein Obama, I'd be called a racist, right? Although that is his name. But anyway, I digress. Something else. Somebody was saying in the comments, Rachel Maddow makes between $20 and $30 billion per year. Yes, that's correct. I'm reading that at one point she made $7 million a year, Rachel Maddow, and now since 21, she makes $30 million a year. That's what I hear. Now, I don't know where they have that kind of money. Maybe you get money straight from the Democratic Party, straight from the federal government itself. How are you going to go on this dead network, dying network, NBC, MSNBC, and get paid 30 M's, 30 million US American cold hard cash dollars a year, not even for the full contract, per year, as Rachel Maddow? I mean, what in the world? That's crazy. But hey, that's what's happening out here. They're happy that she's gone. I mean, Ronna McDaniel, listen, I think that was going to be a match made in heaven, because Ronna McDaniel, that's their people. Whether they want to admit it or not, whether they want to believe it or not, Ronna McDaniel is more akin to Rachel Maddow than she is to a Harris Faulkner on Fox News. And that's real talk. So really that was the best fit for her, was MSNBC, NBC, or whatever, a leftist news outlets. That's more in line with the Uniparty, federal government, DC stuff that goes on. It's simple. Yeah, 13 M's, $13 million per year, allegedly. Allegedly. Now, some say that that's not true, but different sources say that bare minimum 7 million, but I know it's more than that. I know that she makes more than that for sure. All right, now let's go to Fox and see what they said about the firing.
Or ex-post. Their biggest problem is that became a public toxic work environment for her. She was still an employee when they were tearing her down.
Yeah.
Now, if NBC and MSNBC execs were smart, they would have warned their people, if you want angst, air it privately in the family. We'll get together privately in your offices. But they now have opened themselves up to epic lawsuit proportion. I hope she gets paid to high heaven, because they created a place where she was bullied in the public sphere, bullied in the public square of television, and degraded